engagement, displayed more aggression and control in the fight. So, all right, that means everybody can hear me now. Hello, everyone. All right, the judges' votes are coming in. I can tell you that this will be a split decision. No pressure. Your winner by split decision, let me just make sure I have it right. Yes, your winner by split decision is Ipsofacto. Very close 5-4 decision in across all three judges, but it was Ipsofacto that got the nod. And as expected, damage was even. It was 3-2 engagement. And I could see that being a split decision. That was a very close fight. So that means Ipsofacto will move on to fight Control Freak. Meanwhile, Sushi, which fought very, very well, will go to the elimination bracket. Good luck to any bots it faces there. All right, I see Liliputian in the cage. So hopefully that means Soul Crusher isn't far behind. Oh, bigger now. You're right. So you made it even bigger? Oh my gosh, that is bigger. So Liliputian was already a big bot. Ryan has chunkified it. Okay. Okay, testing. All right, yeah, that sounds good. All right, so it looks like we've got Marvin versus Lily. So, whereas I was saying Liliputian before, this is the beetleweight version of Liliputian, so it's just plain Lily. Facing off against Marvin in the red corner. We recognize Marvin. That big weapon. Power on Bagheera, you are on deck. All right, Rough Cass, take us away. Here we go. And there's the first big exchange. Lily taking it to Marvin. This is the first fight in our beetleweight bracket. These bots are a little bit bigger. These are 3-pound bots instead of the 1-pound ants you saw before. Another good hit, and I think that's bits of Marvin flying around the arena. Marvin's weapon is down. Liliputian's weapon still going. Another big exchange. Liliputian still ticking. Marvin's drive is working fine, but that weapon is down. And some more bits of, I think that's even a bit of weapon of Marvin lying in the corner now. But Marvin's weapon is down. Its drive is okay. Its wheel guards have been taking a little bit of damage. It's more bits of Marvin's weapon flying around. Liliputian now working on Marvin's back. Ref Cass counting out the pin. You hear Lily's weapon spinning up a little more powerfully. I think Marvin's right drive side is down. Lily going in for another hit. I can hear Marvin trying to spin up its weapon, and I see a little bit of smoke. So I don't think that weapon is working. Now the Cage is getting a little quiet. I think Lily's weapon is now down. So now we have a pushing match and Marvin's drive still down. There's Lily's weapon drive starting again. Another good hit. And that's the wheel. That's the right wheel of Marvin is gone. So Marvin is now down to a single wheel. That right wheel was the one that wasn't working anyway, so it could have been worse. Had Liliputian taken, I'm sorry, had Lily taken out that smoke. Marvin is smoking. We are stopping the fight. And into the bucket it goes. All right, Ref Cass, is that a KO? All right, that's a KO. All right, so Lily will advance via KO to face Sting Operation. That's going to be an interesting fight. An overhead versus a big wheel bot. All right, so we're going to move on to Power On versus Beira. Power On, you're in the red corner. Beira, you're in the blue corner. Lily doing exactly what its little brother Liliputian does. That's some big hits. I have a Chaos Gremlin also. He's very chaotic. So this is Power On in the red corner and Beira in the blue corner. These are two vertically spinning weapons, very massive beta bar for Power On and a vertical spinner for Beira. So vert versus verse, this should be a fight with a lot of big hits. All right, the doors are closing. Here we go with RefCast. Here we go. Good box rush from Power On. It does not have its right front wedge, but I don't think it entered the fight with it. I don't believe. Power On is now upside down. Let's see if it can self-right. The weapon is not going on Power On. Couple of big hits early on, and I'm not sure if Power On's weapon is going. His right side up, and the weapon is still not spinning. And now Beira dealing with its gyro forces from its weapon. There was a good hit to the front of Power On. And another big hit, a roof shot from Beira, and then a shot at the back of Power On. Tap out. That is a tap out. So Beira will advance via tap out. So Beira will fight Usagi. That's right. That's Kazuya's new bot. And we're going to move on to Iodine versus Kiliko. Oh, it's okay. So I got a clarification from Kazuya that this is really Alex's bot. Because I get some credit for helping design, but it's really Alex's. So I will remember to So we're impressed at what Beira did. Beira actually caved in Power On's weapon. So Power On has a bent weapon now. Let's see if they can fix that. All right, so we have Iodine in the red corner. Seems to be a Thagomizer style bot. Killico in the blue corner. That is a very, very big vertical spinner. I'm switched. I have Iodine should be in the red corner and Killico in the blue corner. They're reversed. Okay, we'll just keep them. Okay. So judges, just make sure you know that it's Iodine in the blue corner and Killico in the red corner. All right, Iodine in the blue corner, Killico in the red corner. We're debating whether to switch the bots or not. I think we're just going to leave them. Okay, Killico in blue, in red, Iodine in blue. So that's Killico is the Thagomizer style bot. Iodine is the big vert. Okay, Ref Cast, take it away. Here we go, box rush from Iodine, getting a couple of good hits in on Killico. Killico obviously wants to tank those hits with its wedge and those forks, and you hear that weapon starting to spin up gyro forces. Jay has to deal with those gyro forces. Uh-oh, is Iodine doing the thing? Iodine able to self-right now, and it's got Killico up against the corner, and we might have our first unstick of the day. And here it is, our first unstick of the day. So we need Iodine to stop. Iodine is stopped. We're going to open up the door. Here comes the safety broom. Cass implying that she has other brooms. That they have them. Oh, the safety mop. All right, Ref Cass has to give Killico a good smack. Make sure that Killico is 100% unstuck. Oh, we're close, we're close. All right, we're going to get a blow from, there we go. That's a nice thing about these bots. They can take a nice hit from a broom. They're not too scared about a broom. Okay, Refcast, take it away. All right, we're starting again. Another good hit from Iodine. That flips Killico in the air. Killico again is upside down. That means its forks aren't going to help it. Some more good hits from Iodine. Iodine so far being able to survive its own hits, which is important for a destructive bot. That's a nice hit from Killico, sending Iodine in the corner. Iodine recovers nicely. Got some more good hits to the side of Killico. Killico continuing to be upside down. Now a roof shot from Iodine. Iodine's not moving. There's a good hit from Killico. And Iodine's doing the thing. Can Iodine self-right? Another good hit from Killico. And now asking for, okay, we're going to pause. We're pausing for an unstick. This is going to be an unstick for Iodine now. So Iodine using their unstick. They are currently on their head. And a big question is, when the match resumes, are they going to have a weapon? All right, Ref Cass. All right, there we are. They have unstuck Iodine. And we're ready to start one more time now. If any bot gets stuck from here on in, they are not getting unstuck. They have both used their unsticks. All right, Ref Cass. All right, there's Iodine's weapon. So its weapon is going. Now, is its drive functional? It can move a little bit. There's a massive hit. Yes, Iodine's weapon is very much working. And I think it's able to use its gyro forces to move a little bit. Yeah, we see a little bit of drive. I think it's that left wheel that's locked up on Iodine. So it's got 1 minute left to figure out a way to do some attacks. Iodine now stuck on its back. Killico's weapon, I don't think is moving, and I see it's a little slanted. So I don't think Kiliko's weapon is going to make an appearance for the rest of this fight. Let's see if Iodine can make it back onto its wheels. It can. There it is. But there's a good pin from Kiliko. This has been a very dramatic fight. Some big hits. Iodine still able to drive around, and that's important. But both of these weapons... Oh, just as I said that, Iodine can spin its weapon. It's got a little bit, just enough movement that it can still move around, translate this fight. There's that weapon spinning up again. See if Iodine can get one more hit on Kiliko. Let's see, 10 seconds left, another big hit. And that's Kiliko traveling the length of the arena, that big hit. And I think Kiliko, nope, its drive is working, and that is the fight. All right, judges, do you need functionality? All right, we're going to get a functionality test on Kiliko. Okay, Kiliko is drive and no weapon. Do you need functionality on Iodine? All right, we can unload. So the judges have got their functionality information from their competitors. They know the state of the bots. Oh. All right, so the next fight, calling to the cage, is Hypo Viper versus... Wait, what weight class is that? Ants. How come I don't see it? Oh, because I'm not scrolled enough. Haha. Hypo Viper versus Monster Zero. That is Hypo Viper 2 versus Monster Zero. I don't want you to bring the wrong Hypo Viper. Oh, they're not here? All right, so I'm hearing Hypo Viper's not here. Is that true? Okay, so unless I hear otherwise, unless someone comes to me shouting, I'm going to forfeit Hypo Viper and move Monster Zero up. So very quickly, Monster Zero has made it to the third round of the undefeated bracket. All right, we have one vote in, awaiting 2 more votes for this dramatic fight of Kiliko versus Iodine. Right. Awaiting one more vote. Thank you. All right, we have a split judges decision for Kiliko. So Kiliko will advance. And Kiliko will take on Breakneck Yan Yan. And Iodine will await their opponent in the elimination bracket. All right, moving back to Ants, we are going to have Power Off versus Liliputian. Neon. I have been corrected. See, that's what I get being my age. I'm out of touch with all the cool kids anime. See, I'm still like old enough to remember seeing Akira and Ghost in the Shell. I am not caught up on the new stuff. What do you need? Oh, yes. All right, so we have Power Off and Liliputian loading in. That means Control Freak and Ipsofacto, you're on deck. So Control Freak and Ipsofacto will fight next. So this is going to be Power Off in the red corner and Liliputian in the blue corner. We have seen the beetleweight versions of these bots, so now we're seeing the antweight version of these bots. Sorry, Liliputian in the blue corner and Power Off in the red corner. Liliputian should look like Lily, and Power Off should look like Power On. It's a very small rematch. All right, RefCast, take it away. All right, the weapons are fired up, and the bots are advancing to each other. Liliputian doing its good thing of driving over Power Off. That's what it wants to do. That's what it's built to do, is to drive over these smaller bots and give them a good licking with that weapon, that undercutter on the bottom. Now, Power Off has a very large beater for its size. So that beater is way larger than a weapon that an ant would usually have. So it's going to try to use that to its advantage, get some good bite on Liliputian's weapon, and hopefully send Liliputian's weapon into the air. Now, Liliputian has that tail, that hijinks-style tail in the back, that's going to act a little bit like a wedge, and it can get under and tank a little bit of hits from Power On that way also. And you see that Power Off, rather, set Liliputian flying, hitting that wedge. Oh, there's a big hit! And that is it. That is a tap out. Liliputian de-wheels Power Off. That was some hit from Liliputian. So this means that Monster Zero and Liliputian advances to fight Monster Zero. Power Off will take on Sushi in the elimination bracket. All right, so now we've got Control Freak and Ipsofacto up next. I remember a similar thing happened at NHRL in a fight, a final fight in, this was Eva versus Squire. And that happened to Squire. Both wheels popped off, and we caught Jordan, the driver of Squire, saying, "You gotta be kidding me with this Looney Tunes bleep." One of the all-time great NHRL quotes. Jordan is one of the funniest people I've met. I want to point out that Alex is wearing a shirt that says 7 days without a pun makes 1 week. Thank you, Alex. We are all about the dad jokes here at GSCRL. Okay, so this looks like Control Freak loading into the red corner, Ipsofacto in the blue corner. Control Freak, a pure control bot with 3 wedges up in front versus Ipsofacto, which is, we've already seen it. It is the baby Noveloid kit, and it's been here quite a few times. It's had quite a few customizations, and it's got a customization for this fight. You see there's a plastic wedge up front. It's going to try to use that plastic wedge to scoop Control Freak up into its weapon. At least that's the idea. All right, Ref Cass. And the fight begins, and right away, Control Freak scooping up Ipsofacto from behind. Ipsofacto trying to get that little plastic scoop underneath Control Freak, but Control Freak has the low ground and is able to get under that plastic scoop. So if that plastic scoop can feed Control Freak into Ipsofacto's weapon, that's just what they want. But so far, those forks of Control Freak able to get underneath Ipsofacto. So let's see if Ipsofacto has a plan B. Certainly, if they approach Control Freak from behind, they should be able to get to it. Now, Ipsofacto upside down. And Control Freak still able to corral Ipsofacto against the wall. Ipsofacto trying to get a good angle, but it's tough with a bot like that. It's very easy to oversteer, and you find yourself pointing into the corner, and there's Control Freak right behind you, setting you into a good pin. There's some good hits from Ipsofacto, trying to turn this fight around. Turns around again and trying to get to the back of Control Freak. Control Freak with a good pin and carry into the wall, and now another pin. So far, Control Freak seems to be running on the engagement category of our judging. A good hit from Ipsofacto, but once again, Control Freak taking Ipsofacto in the corner. 1 minute remaining in this fight, and there's some more good hits from Ipsofacto on the back of Control Freak. Now, they've gotten the hits. The question is now, can they do a damaging hit that will affect Control Freak's drive? That loud sound you heard was the weapon of Ipsofacto hitting the side of the cage. They're hitting the cage, but they want to hit Control Freak. See, the weapon is spinning so much on Ipsofacto that they're spinning upside down due to that gyroscopic reception. There's a good hit. That's what Ipsofacto wants to do. And now they've got one of the forks on Control Freak tilted up. So that's exactly what they want to do. Control Freak now cannot get underneath Ipsofacto with that fork sticking up. Control Freak corralling Ipsofacto into the side. 8 seconds left in this fight. Ipsofacto driving on one wheel, gyroing around. And that's the fight. Ipsofacto powering down its weapon. Let's see how the judges score this one. The judges are judging on 2 categories, 4 points for damage, 5 points for engagement. So each bot will get up to 9 points. That is 9 points distributed between the 2 bots for each judge. Go. All right, we have a unanimous judges decision for Control Freak. So Control Freak will move on. I mean, Ipsofacto will be in the elimination bracket, so their day is not done. Now, Control Freak is going to advance to fight Bort. We have not seen Bort yet because they got a bye in the first round and a forfeit in the second round. They advanced on forfeit. So they're going to make their first appearance in the winners' semifinals. Who's on what side? That's an excellent question. Okay, Sting Operation is in the red corner and Lily is in the blue corner. This is the first we're seeing of Sting Operation. This is a hammer saw that has done really well in its debut in last month at the mall. And this is going to be interesting because normally it's designed to fight low bots, but Liliputian is, or I should say Lily is not a low bot. It's fairly high. So the question is, can that arm swing around? And there's a little bit of smoke coming out of Lily. All right, so let's see what's going on with Lily, what's making it smoke. So it looks like there was an electric short in Lily. Is this going to be a forfeit? What do you think, Madeline? Okay, so we're going to have this as a forfeit. Sting Operation will advance. Not the way, anyone wants the fight, see the fight go, but Sting, I'm sorry. Oop, I got the wrong bot. Hold on. Undo game. Sting will move on. It was Lily that forfeited. There we go. There we go. So Sting Operation will advance to fight Backfire. Once again, Backfire is a bot that has not fought yet. So Sting Operation and Backfire will each get their first fight in the next round. All right, we have some good news. It turns out Lily is ready to fight. Yeah, let me try that. All right, so this fight that we were looking forward to is going to happen after all, and that's good news for everyone. So no smoke from Lily, that's what we want to see. All right, the weapon locks are out. And the doors are closing. We can drive these bots with the doors closed. See, Sting Operation, Mark builds very zippy robots. He's known for Bumblebee in the ant category. Bumblebee, usually a dominant bot, because it's very fast and very tough. He's taken that build philosophy over to Sting Operation. Okay, Ref Cass. Sting Operation, yes. All right, so Sting Operation with a box rush. It wants to get that weapon of Lily just spun down a little bit. Doesn't want that weapon to get up to speed. It's going to use that big plow in the front to tank as many of the hits from Lily as it can. We've already seen how powerful Lily is, and Sting Operation is going to try to keep that weapon of its as protected as possible, because Lily can do some serious damage to that delicate weapon assembly that every hammer saw has. So you can see Sting Operation just going, send it, YOLOing itself into the front of Lily. And there's some good control from Sting Operation so far. It has not used its active weapon yet. Oh, but there's a little bit of Sting that just flew into the corner. I think that's just a little bit of armor. So nothing functional just yet. And Sting still able to control this fight. 90 seconds left. See, this is order versus chaos. Sting is all about orderly fighting and controlling the fight, whereas Lily is all about just random roll of the dice. Where is this weapon going to land? And I'm not sure Lily's drive is all that happy. There it goes. Lily's drive is okay. Both bots' drive and weapon seem to be okay, except that Lily's weapon's gotten really quiet. Commentators curse, oh, what? There's Lily in the corner, and there's the weapon going down. Oh, there's a lot of smoke. We can keep going. It's just a weapon motor. This happened actually at the mall, where Sting's weapon smoked and stopped working, but you can see it's going just fine as a control bot. Meanwhile, Lily was able to spin up its weapon. 30 seconds left of the fight. But so far, Sting Operation still working. And there's some aggressive tapping happening from Sting Operation. Its weapon is not spinning, but that arm still works. So it can show a little bit of control. You see Lily's weapon still spinning up, but all it's been able to find is Sting Operation's plow. And that's exactly how Sting Operation wants it. And that's the fight. We are going to the judges. Votes are starting to come in. So the winner of this fight will move on to fight Backfire. Judge Mark is apparently inventing a new numerical system. Two votes are in, waiting for one more vote. All right, we have a unanimous judge's decision for Sting Operation. Sting Operation moves on. They will fight Backfire. Lily will take on Iodine. That's going to be a very entertaining match. All right, looks like we've got, if I'm reading this right, Bort versus Big Chungus next. We're going to the Ants. So, Bort versus Big Chungus. All right, looks like the next fight that I see, Kristen, is that Usagi versus Beira, is that correct? All right. With the winner moving on to take on Breakneck Neon Neon. Did I get that right? I got that right. Thank you. Woo! You can teach this old dog some new tricks, but maybe just one or two. All right, we have Usagi in the red corner and Beira in the blue corner. So we've already seen Beira. They looked very good in a fight against Power On. This is the first time we're seeing Usagi. Usagi, a nice looking hammer saw. And you see those big carrot forks. Like, are those covers or is that the forks? Those are covers, okay. But it's gonna want those forks to try to get under that big, big spinner of Beira. We already saw that spinner doing a lot of work. Oh, truthfully, the spinner isn't terribly big, but the effect it has is very big. It was very, very strong. Yeah, Beira, Usagi, yes. It's not the size of the weapon that counts, yes. It's how you spin it. All right, the doors are closed. Bots are in their corners. See, Beira has some extra armor at the top to try to deal with that hammer saw of Usagi. All right, Cass, take it away. There we go. Usagi spinning up its weapon. Beira spinning up its weapon. That's Usagi with a good pin in the corner. Can it bring that weapon down? But Beira gets out of the pin before it can try. Both weapons spun up. You can see Beira, those forks on Usagi are working very, very nicely. Working exactly as intended. Beira cannot get under Usagi. It's Usagi that can get under. Now the question is, can Usagi drop that weapon? And there's a good hit from Beira. Usagi's weapon's still going. Usually with hammer saws, they usually try to keep the weapon stopped, and they only spin up the weapon during a pin, but Usagi's keeping its weapon spun up. Oh, that's a belt! Looks like a belt is gone, and let's see if the arm can move. Yes, the arm can move, but I think that weapon is probably done in terms of spinning. So that was a drive belt, Madeline tells me. Well, I see both drives still working. One's direct drive. That makes sense. Okay. So one bot is probably down to 3 wheels. Got it. Madeline pointing out that that belt is the left side drive for Usagi. So it effectively is a 3-wheeled bot now. So it uses that drive belt to transfer its power to the 4th wheel. Let's see. Here comes that weapon. Usagi's weapon's still working. Its drive is still functional, just a little less effective. The gear has to be careful. It doesn't want to inhale that belt into its weapon assembly. That would jam it up. In fact, I'm not sure. I haven't seen Bagheera's weapon spin up just yet. Nick may be keeping, yeah, he was keeping it down just for easier driving. And now Nick getting that weapon spun up because he wants to get at the bottom, the juicy bottom of Usagi. Usagi with some more good control. This has been a back and forth fight. And Beira getting itself upside down. Now it's right side up. And there's it just can't get under Usagi. Those forks on Usagi have been a real factor in this fight so far. But that missing drive belt could be a factor also. And there's a good pin from Usagi. And now one more hit, and that is the fight. That was a back and forth fight. Usagi looking very good in its GSCRL debut. Okay, so we're gonna do Bort, Big Chungus, and then lunch break. Okay, so we are gonna have Bort versus Big Chungus, and then it'll be a lunch break. So Bort, you are gonna be in the red corner. Big Chungus, you're gonna be in the blue corner. Very close judges' decision so far. All 3 votes are in. It is a unanimous decision for Beira. But close. The scores were 5-4, 5-4, 6-3. So Usagi looked very, very good in that fight. I'm looking forward to their next fight. Meanwhile, Beira 2-0. Okay, so it sounds like we're just going to go straight on to lunch. And hopefully we can have Bort and Big Chungus after the lunch break. All right. See you after the lunch break, everyone. All right, everyone, we are starting back up. So we're going to the ant-weight bracket. We are calling Bort and Big Chungus to the cage. Bort and Big Chungus. Bort will be in the red corner. Big Chungus will be in the blue corner. It looks like that's Big Chungus loading in. And there is Bort. Yes, I said there's Bort. No, there's Bort with a T. Yes, because in case we lose something or we forget something, like if it's entered correctly, it's going to have it correctly. No, that's the general idea. All right, the box is loaded in. Big Chungus is an overhead spinner, whereas Bort is a vert. All right, Ref Cass, are you ready? Oh, they're working on it. All right, Ref Cass, take it away. Here we go. Bort spun up right away and sending Big Chungus into the air. Big Chungus having a hard time self-righting. It's got that dunce cap style upright, and oh. Big Chungus had asked for an unstick, but Bort unstuck Big Chungus and seems to have removed one of Big Chungus's forks in the meantime. Oh, there's another big hit. Can Bort show motion? Some big hits from Bort early on. So Big Chungus asking Bort to unstick them. And Bort doing what they can. But those forks are acting too well. Well, that's one fewer fork. There's the dunce cap that's been removed from Big Chungus. Bort offering another hit. Big Chungus declining. And that's the fight. Bort knocks out Big Chungus. So Bort will advance to fight Control Freak. Big Chungus will fight Phantom in the elimination bracket. I love an overhead spinner. Those bots are, that's such a cool design. All right, so next we're going to have Power Off versus Sushi. So Power Off will be in the red corner, and Sushi will be in the blue corner. On deck, we have in the Beatles, Lily and Iodine. You are on deck. All right, the bots are loaded in. We have Power Off in the red corner, and we have Sushi in the blue corner. Ref Cass, take it away. All right, Power Off's weapon is spinning. Sushi has no active weapon, but it does have that big wedge. It's going, interesting, it's going with a wedge this time around instead of forks. Normally we see wedges against horizontal spinning weapons, but I think Alex is trying to get under that big beater bar with that wedge, and that seems to be working so far. So, oh, there's a good hit against the corner of that wedge, and Sushi's now upside down. And Alex able to self-right Sushi. It's now right side up, and that wedge is once again getting underneath Power Off. Power Off's got to figure out a way to not attack Sushi directly from the front, because all they're going to get is that brick wall of UHMW. They're going to want to get around to the side, but right now this is kind of acting a little like a pin. You can consider Power Off maybe winning that exchange, but very slightly. You know, both bots still pushing each other, but Power Off is the one that seems to be able to push it around. So now trying to get around to the side is Power Off. Sushi wants to get some sort of pin going here. But I think going front to front is not going to be terribly destructive for Sushi, but Power Off is going to be able to push Sushi into the side of the wall just like that. That's a good pin for Power Off. And ending up with a little bit of a flip. And now flipping Sushi upside down and then right side up. Some more good hits against Sushi. And another hit against Sushi. So Power Off has been able to control this fight so far really, really well. About 30 seconds left in this fight. Can Sushi turn around? That's a promising start to a turnaround, getting the corner of Power On, but now Power Off has flipped Sushi upside down again, and a good hit. Now it's 30 seconds left in the fight. I beg your pardon. And we can see Power Off is able to get underneath that wedge of Sushi now. So Sushi's got to figure out a way to pin Power Off. There's a good approach. Serpentining around and getting Power Off from the right side, doing it a little bit again, but that weapon of Power Off is just so powerful. And that is the fight. So it'll be interesting to see how the judges score that one. That was a very tense fight. All right, so the bots are unloading. The judges are deliberating. No real need for a functionality test, because both bots were fully functional. It really does. Judge Mark just asked Alex if his weapon works. Well, Alex is the weapon. We all know that. All right, we have a unanimous decision for Power Off. So Power Off will advance. Unfortunately, it means that Sushi is the first bot eliminated in the day, and that's too bad. Sushi looked really good in both of its fights. Just wasn't the right matchup either time. But looking forward to Alex coming back. Sushi is a really, really well-driven bot. All right, we are moving on to the Beatles now. We will have Lily currently loading into the right corner versus Iodine loading into the blue corner. Both of these bots are going to be really, really destructive. This is going to be a fun match to watch. The winner of this fight will move on to fight Power On. Now, Lily got here. Lily defeated Marvin in its first fight, but lost to Sting Operation in the second fight. All right, looks like we're pushing back on Iodine. So we're going to have a pushback here. All right, so our next fight is going to be Beira versus Breakneck Neon. So calling both of those bots to the cage, Beira versus Breakneck Neon. We have not yet seen Breakneck today. They were scheduled to fight Kilco, but unfortunately Kilco had to forfeit after their first fight because they didn't have enough spares, unfortunately. So, sorry. Who's where? Beira is red corner. Breakneck Neon is blue corner. All right, winner of this fight will face Sting Operation in the winners finals. That's how quick we're moving here in the Beetle bracket. And now check out this modification on Beira. He's got a plate, part of his weapon lock, or is that part of his armor something? I think it's a safety. Oh, that would have been a really cool assembly. I would have been like, yeah, his whole side is totally protected. So you see Breakneck Neon, that is a depth charge style weapon, so it doesn't have drive. It has a deliberately unbalanced weapon, so when the bot shakes, it moves forward or to the side. It is it's a bristle bot. You can see those bristles at the top. It's got similar bristles on the bottom. All right, Ref Cass. I'm always ready. All right, I'm expecting sickness in this fight. All right, Breakneck is up to speed and some pretty decent mobility. You know, bristlepots are not known for their mobility, but we can see Breakneck is able to translate around. You know, not quickly, but that's what you get with a bristlebot. You know, it's deliberate motion, but the important thing is it moves forward. There's our big first exchange. Oh, and in the middle of a chaotic turn, Breakneck Neon in midair gets a good hit on Beira, but Beira gets two more hits and roofs Breakneck Neon. Breakneck Neon still cannot move. Yes, it is able to move. Beira is, it tries to get a hit, but it turns itself over like a reverse wheelie. And that's Breakneck Neon just launching itself against the corner of the arena. Another good hit from Beira. Breakneck Neon using that weapon as a wheel sideways. Now it's working. Here Kazai saying it's turning off, but now it seems to be moving somewhat. There's a good pin from Beira. Some huge hits so far. Breakneck Neon is now in full chaos mode. There's a good hit from Beira. And some more chaotic self-righting from Breakneck. And some more. It looks, we're pausing. We have, in the spirit of depth charge, we do have a little bit of a, I don't want to call it a breach, but it is a significant, let's call it a slash in the arena wall. So we have a broken interior panel. Now, obviously, we have dual layered panels, so the outer layer panel is just fine. It's only that sacrificial inner layer that is that's been compromised, and so that's the whole idea. Is if something's going to break, it's going to be that inner layer. But so once again, just a display of how powerful those bristle styles, those double bristle style, well, bristle is the drive, but just what a bristle drive can earn you in terms of getting a bigger weapon and that weight bonus. So we're going to very quickly unscrew so Madeline is replacing, she has to remove this panel first, and then we're going to bring in a new panel. We already have the new panel right here. Going to swap it out. So it looks like we're not actually all right, so what we're doing is we're drilling on the sides of the crack, so the crack is not going to get any bigger. And are we resuming? We're going to resume this fight. So we're resuming this fight. The crack is not going to grow any further, and we've judged that that wall is not compromised enough to warrant a replacement. We do have a replacement standing by, but that wall should still be do its job. We have 56 seconds left in this fight. Okay, well, Kazai has removed the weapon lock. So far, Breakneck Neon has been exactly what we wanted it to be. Big and destructive. Unfortunately, destructive to our arena, but that's just part of the deal. All right. Ref Cass, let's resume. All right, here we go. So Breakneck Neon has this thing when they spin up, they spin the whole bot around just because that torque is so powerful. It spins the whole bot during the spin up. See it doing it again, but it's also able to move decently. And you see Nick, the driver for Beira, does not want to actually engage with that huge weapon. And who can really blame him? He's trying to find an angle. Yeah, there's another massive hit. The arena wall holding and fine. You can see the right front of Beira is a little bit chunked up. But considering all this abuse, both bots have been holding up really, really well. Considering that for every hit, Breakneck Neon has been taking 5, just throwing itself around the arena, but it is still working. Beira also still working despite a ton of abuse, dragging itself across the arena because it's sideways. Another massive hit, and that is the fight. Oh my gosh, well, we finished that fight with our lives, and that's the important part. They're just inspecting the arena, making sure that it's still good to go. And it is. This arena is really, really well built. That was a very abusive fight. We have on deck is Marvin versus Usagi. You're next, Marvin versus Usagi. So the judges are currently deliberating. So we have, this is 2 votes. Definitely best fight of the day so far. And 3 votes. All right, and we have a unanimous judges decision for Beira. So Beira will advance to fight Sting Operation. Breakneck Neon will go to the elimination bracket and wait for their opponent there. So now we've got Marvin versus Usagi next. So 2 consecutive fights for a Sleepy Girl Anime Club. Usagi, that hammer saw, looking really good. Even though they wound up in the elimination bracket, they still a very promising bot. Marvin, we were worried that it was catching fire, which was releasing a ton of smoke, but thankfully it just seemed to be an ESC, so hopefully Jay's repaired that ESC and that'll be ready to go. So the winner of this fight will fight Backfire, who we have not seen yet. Is Backfire even here? Is Backfire here? You know? Oh, Backfire's okay. So the winner will not face Backfire because Backfire's not here. So whoever wins this fight is going to advance straight to the losers semifinals. As everyone knows, if you make it to the losers semifinals, you are guaranteed 4th place. So winning this fight guarantees you 4th place. Okay, so Marvin is red and Usagi is blue. for those who can't see, because I actually just took a selfie with Breakneck Yan Yan right next to the panel that she destroyed. Well, not destroyed, but she certainly left her mark on it, literally. All right, the bots are loaded in. Weapon locks are coming off. Doors are closing. Oh, doors are opening. Hold on, no driving. Doors are opening. So, very exciting day of robot combat so far. A lot of really big hits, especially in the beetleweight bracket. Right now, just doing some quick repair on the cage to make sure that the lock will actually lock the door. We do not want that lock to fail. I mean, there is a second lock, but we ideally want both locks to work. Madeline, paging a Madeline. Madeline? We need your help with the lock, door lock. So we're dealing with this door lock issue right now, just making sure that it's gonna work. Yep. Okay. On deck, we're going back to the ants. Monster Zero and Liliputian, you are on deck. Monster Zero and Liliputian, you are the next fight. Wait, is it Lily and Iodine next? I'm just seeing if Lily and Iodine is next, or if Monster Zero or Liliputian is next, but... Oh, right, the Lily and Iodine, because Iodine needed to push. That's right. Okay, so Monster Zero and Liliputian is the next fight. Got it. Okay. All right, the doors are closed. Cass, take us away. Usagi, yeah. Here we go. Good box rush, or at least good start for Marvin. Nice and zippy, but I don't know if that weapon's working. Marvin may be going to this weaponless. Here comes that arm. Is it going to come down? Oh, so slow. There's a big hit. And Usagi is embedded in Marvin. Can Usagi release themselves? We are pausing. We might need a crowbar on stick here. And we're happy that that did not hit a battery. Every time we have a hammer saw, we are on fire alert because of the nature of the weapon. You see how close that arm could have been to the battery. Oh, that is embedded pretty deep. That is like at least an inch. Hey, we're trying to get these bots separated. Well, Usagi's arm works. Oh, it's coming out. It is coming out. We're getting there. We're getting there. Do not jinx it, Mark. There we go. We are separated. Now, the big question will be, will Usagi's weapon still work? Because with these unsticks, you never really know. Door is closing again. All right, Cass. Marvin has tapped out, unfortunately. It looks like that bot did not survive the hit. So that is going to be it for Marvin for the day, unfortunately. Usagi will move on. Usagi's going to actually advance past the next fight as well, because Backfire did not make it. So Usagi is actually guaranteed 4th place in this competition. So now we have Monster Zero versus Liliputian loading in. Monster Zero will be in the red corner, and Liliputian will be in the blue corner. Still working on that door, on that latch, making sure that it closes. Looks like it works just fine now. All right, looks like we are replacing that panel now. So it looks like there will be a brief pause while we set up this panel. Looks like we're overlaying the panel on top of the other panel. So not removing the previous panel, but just putting that other panel in on top. All right, that panel is going in now. All right, we're still working on getting this panel inserted into the arena. At least we're giving our competitors some valuable repair time. All right, looks like that panel is making progress. Almost done, Madeline says. Just a few screws left, and we will have a fully operational cage. At least until Breakneck Yan's next fight. All right, looks like Madeline is done with her repairs. The cage is put together. Thank you, Madeline. All right, so we need Monster Zero and Liliputian to the cage. Monster. Big Chungus and Fandom Phantom, you're on deck. Monster Zero is in the red corner. Liliputian in the blue corner, so that looks good. Big Chungus and Phantom, you are on deck. You will be the fight after this. Weapon locks are coming off. Doors are closing. So Monster Zero in the red corner, Liliputian in the blue corner. Ref Cass. We are off and running. Liliputian straight out of its corner. Monster Zero spun up first and took its time. Now this is going to be an interesting fight because Liliputian is designed to face small bots, but not necessarily horizontal spinners. Horizontals might be able to do some damage to Liliputian's wheel, so this might be a decent matchup for Monster Zero. The variable depends on driving. So there's a good charge from Liliputian. Liliputian in the corner, and that left wheel is facing in entirely the wrong direction. It's really more of a propeller than a wheel at this point. So just the right wheel of Liliputian is working. That's exactly the kind of damage that a horizontal can do to a big wheeled bot like this. But Liliputian's weapon is down. There's a hit. Monster Zero goes flying. 90 seconds left in this fight. All our fights are 2.5 minutes long. Liliputian still trying to figure out a way to get an advantage on this fight. That right drive motor is still working. The right drive motor is still working, so Liliputian still has some life to it. Monster Zero fully functional. Needs to figure out a way to disable that left wheel. If they can do that, that would be a knockout, because there would be no way. 1 minute left. Liliputian still able to drive around. Monster Zero looking for a way to get that left wheel down. Couple of glancing blows, but nothing big just yet. Couple more hits from Monster Zero. Trying to disable that big wheel bot. 30 seconds remaining. Monster Zero still lining up as good a shot as possible. Liliputian trying to keep Monster Zero from getting to that remaining functioning wheel. Seconds dwindling down in this fight. 10 seconds remaining. And that is the fight. So a fight defined by one very big hit. The judges are deliberating right now. As a matter of policy, I never try to strictly predict how the judges will go, but no surprises here. Your winner by unanimous decision is Monster Zero. So Monster Zero will advance to the winners finals. Liliputian is still alive. They're going to the elimination bracket. Monster Zero will face the winner of Control Freak versus Bort. And whoever wins that fight is guaranteed second place. So the ant weight bracket heading towards resolution very quickly. I believe Kristen is looking for the next fight, making sure that we have people for the next fight. I think it's going to be Big Chungus versus Phantom, I think is what you just set up. All right, we have Big Chungus in the red corner and Phantom in the blue corner. Good to see Big Chungus back. They took a lot of damage that last fight, but I'm a sucker for an overhead spinner. So that's going to be fun to watch. Now, Phantom, in the meantime, they were knocked out by Monster Zero in the very first fight of the day, so it's good to see them back again. I believe I see a little bit of tape armor on Phantom. All right, Cass. Here we go. Phantom's weapon is up. Big Chungus is spinning up. Looks like it takes a little bit of time for them to spin up, but they got a little bit unbalanced, so they could not spin up fully, and now they're back to zero. Phantom still spun up, but you see those forks on Big Chungus able to get under Phantom, and that could be a factor of this fight. It's possible Big Chungus could win this fight as control bot. See if Big Chungus can fire up that weapon again, if they even want to. Meanwhile, Phantom has to figure out a way to get past those forks, because right now, it can't. It's got to get around to the sides, away from those forks. There we go. A little bit like what it just did, getting underneath Phantom, getting underneath Big Chungus. Big Chungus stable. There's a hit against the plates of Phantom. We saw in the last fight Phantom's plates getting loose after a few hits from Monster Zero, who's also a horizontal weapon. There's a good hit from Phantom, and Big Chungus is upside down. They have asked for an unstick, so we are pausing. So we're pausing for an unstick. Doors opening. Safety broom has flipped over Big Chungus. They're back upright again. Golf clap. All right. Look, I'm not saying golf claps aren't sincere. All right, 125 remaining. Phantom comes right back with that big weapon. Can they get under Big Chungus? Big Chungus has its weapon spinning up. It is stable. Gonna try to remove those front plates of Phantom. There's a big hit. And Big Chungus is upside down again. They have used their unstick, so they do not get another unstick. And they're getting counted out. And that's the fight. So Phantom knocks out Big Chungus. All right, we are now calling Lily and Iodine to the cage. Lily and Iodine will be the next fight. So, implications of the previous fight. Phantom wins. Phantom will move on to face Ipsofacto. Big Chungus is eliminated. I'd love to see them come back with a way to self-right, because that would be a really fun bot to watch. Maybe one of those Bloodsport style polls, those spinny polls that let him self-right. All right, we are loading in Lily and Iodine. So Iodine was in a very destructive match against Kilko. Kilko won that match, but had to forfeit because of damage it took. Lily won its first fight against Marvin, lost its second fight against Sting Operation, but it's looked very good in both those fights. All right. The cage is closed. We are ready to go. Here we go. That's a fast move from Iodine, screeching out of the blue corner. Both weapons fully spun up. We can hear those weapons, some big hits. And Iodine getting knocked backwards, but Iodine is now upside down. Had this issue last time. All right. So Iodine has requested an unstick. This was an issue for Iodine last fight, winding up doing the thing several times, but it is now back on its feet and ready to face Lily again. Keep on calling it Liliputian, but it's Lily. And we are fighting again. Another nice hit, and Iodine able to get back on its feet. There's a good hit from Iodine. That big vertical spinner. When these weapons both make contact, it makes a very loud sound, just like that. Now Lily's upside down. I don't know if that weapon is still spinning. These bots showing really good reliability. Another nice hit. There's a roof shot from Iodine, and Iodine stuck doing the thing again. Now, is Lily going to unstick Iodine? I don't think they are. So Iodine stuck doing the thing, and that's going to be the fight. So Lily knocks out Iodine. They will move forward to fight Power On in the next round. And the winner of that fight has the honor of fighting Breakneck Neon Neon. All right, we are now going to take a 20-minute break, wait for bots to repair, and we will see you soon. All right, if anybody wants to fight a grudge match, by the way, now is a really good time. Grudge matches or exhibitions, the cage is open for you. Come on by. All right, we are paging Control Freak and Bort to the cage. Oh, what? We 3 minutes. Control Freak and Bort have 3 minutes to get to the cage. Now they only have 2. Are we going to do this every second? That wouldn't be annoying at all. We're very grateful. All right, so we have Control Freak on the red side and Bort on the blue side. Winner of this fight will advance to fight Monster Zero. And oh, the loser fights. Thank you for checking out the bracket. All right, on deck is Phantom versus Ipsofacto in our Antweight division. So Phantom versus Ipsofacto, you're on deck. Yep. In the red corner. All right. We are ready to resume. And we're off. We have a powerful kinetic spinner that has a pretty zippy good drive in Bort. And then we have a very strong drive system in Control Freak. Like, that's its whole thing, is all of its weight is distributed into that drive system. But Bort is trying to flip it upside down and keep those forks from being a factor. So right now, Control Freak is upside down, but Bort spinning around, doing a little dance, can't quite take advantage of it, going for the violent self-right against the arena wall. Now Bort is back on his feet, but so is Control Freak. Control Freak has absolutely no problem getting under. Oh, but look at that. Bort has taken out the middle fork of Control Freak. It's still attached to the bot, but it's not going to be as effective as getting underneath. But, of course, those other 2 forks are pretty good at getting underneath, and as you can see, that was a good pin from Control Freak. And now the fork is complete. Nope, that's something else. It's not the fork. Some other piece of debris in the corner, probably from a previous fight. Control Freak doing a really good job pinning Bort. Bort trying to get back in his fight, get behind Control Freak, just like that. But Control Freak able to take Bort right back into the side of the arena. Bort spending a lot of his time in the fight dancing around, trying to self-right. And all of those like little hits, they can add up sometimes, and the bot winds up not working because it's taken so many little hits trying to self-right. But Bort seems to be well constructed enough. There's a nice hit against one of Control Freak's forks. Control Freak, another good pin. And Bort doing damage to the Mr. Roper sticker on the side of the box. Time running out in this fight. And another hit. There's some good hits from Bort against the forks of Control Freak. Control Freak currently upside down. That's exactly how Bort wants to face him. That's exactly what Bort wants. Sending Control Freak in the air, but now Control Freak right side up, able to have another really nice pin. And another pin from Control Freak with 10 seconds remaining in this fight. And trying to get back on its feet is Bort. And that's how it's going to end the fight. So the fight is over. We are going to the judges. The judges are deliberating. It doesn't look like either of the bots took any significant damage. Certainly no functional damage. The biggest damage was that middle fork to Control Freak. So it's a question if the judges want to award a point of damage to Bort or not, based on that middle fork getting dislodged. But then it comes down to engagement also. And assuming, let's just say hypothetically, let's say a judge scores the fight with damage 3-1 for Bort. Will they give Control Freak enough points to offset that? Well, we're about to answer that question. Your winner by unanimous decision is Control Freak. So Control Freak will advance to fight Monster Zero. I'm not terribly surprised by that decision, and I do see that there was one judge that did score 3-1 damage for Bort, but then scored a 4-1 engagement for Control Freak, leading to a 5-4 score. And that's kind of how I figured it would either go that way or it would go 2-all with engagement slightly to Control Freak. But Bort did as well as they could. That's a tough matchup for them. They're going to go to the elimination bracket. They're going to face Power Off. Meantime, Control Freak will advance to face Monster Zero. So they'll have to deal with that big horizontal, well, relatively big for an ant weight. You know, that scalar kit from Repeat Robotics. All right, Phantom and Ipsofacto are up next. Phantom is in the red corner, and Ipsofacto is in the blue corner. The winner of this fight will face Liliputian. The loser is eliminated. This is an elimination fight. Meanwhile, it sounds like after this fight, we're gonna go to Beatles. Power On versus Lily will be our next fight in the beetleweight weight class. All right, doors are closing. All right, bots are driving around. Phantom is in the red corner. Ipsofacto in the blue corner. Here we go. Bots meeting in the middle, and I think I see that tape armor again for Phantom, helping hold those wedges in place. So that very first fight of the day, Phantom got those front wedges displaced against Monster Zero, that really, really powerful horizontal. Now Ipsofacto trying to get to those plates also. Now Phantom doesn't have a fork configuration. They stick with wedges even against a vertical. Generally with a vertical, you'll usually switch to forks, but Phantom just, goes with the classic setup, shall we say. But Phantom currently upside down, trying to violently self-right, trying to use that clamp drum to self-right, They are flinging themselves in the air. Ipsofacto content to sit and watch, see how that turns out. Phantom is still upside down. There's a good hit from Ipsofacto, and Phantom is back on its feet. And another big hit. I believe Phantom at some point originated as a vector kit, but seems to have gone through some customization. Fortunately, that weapon for Phantom seems to be down. So Ipsofacto still with a functioning weapon. Phantom still with functioning drive, but no weapon. Good hit from Ipsofacto, sending Phantom into the air. And again, Phantom now upside down. Notice that bottom plate of Phantom is, I believe, polycarb. Oh, that's a wheel. That is Phantom's right wheel that has just gotten knocked off. So Phantom now with one wheel. They should be able to crab walk around to translate. So they're not out of this fight, but they don't have a weapon and they're down to one wheel. So things are looking tricky, but you never know in this sport. You know, weird things can happen. Ipsofacto now looking to re-engage, and they do, taking Phantom into the wall. Some more hits against the bottom plate of Phantom. And Ipsofacto looking for one last hit to close this fight with before it goes to the judges. It'll likely going to go to the judges. Another nice hit. Credit to Phantom for surviving this long against Ipsofacto. And one last series of hits, and that is the fight. So this will go to the judges. Remember, the winner of this fight will face Liliputian, and the loser is eliminated. Thank you. Thanks so much. All right, we have a unanimous judges' decision for Ipsofacto. So Ipsofacto moves on. They will fight Liliputian. Phantom's day is over. But always good to see Phantom in the cage. All right, we are moving on to Beetles. We have Power On in the red corner, and we have Lily in the blue corner. Winner of this fight has the pleasure of fighting Breakneck Neon Neon. On deck, we have Sting Operation versus Beira. Sting Operation versus Beira is on deck. That is the winner's final in Beetles. Whoever wins that advances to the grand final and is guaranteed no worse than second place. All right, so these bots are now loaded in. Power On is in the red corner, Lily in the blue corner. This is going to be a very loud fight. Here we go. See, Power On has a left wedge, but not a right wedge, probably to make weight. There's a massive hit. And it looks like, I don't know if that weapon for Power On is still going to be working. That belt looks like it may have slipped. You can see the damage that beater bar got. There's a tap out. Yeah, Power On's beater bar took some significant damage in its very first fight against Beira. And they have tapped out, so that means Lily will advance to fight Breakneck Neon Neon. That is going to be an absolutely wild fight. So the Beetles, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bots left alive in the Beetleweight bracket. On the winner's side, we have Sting Operation and Beira. They have, both of those bots have clinched, fourth place. No, third place. Excuse me. So Sting Operation and Beira will be finishing on the podium. Just a question of what order. In the meantime, yeah, we're going to have, of those 5 bots, yeah, there's going to be 4 remaining after Breakneck, Yan Yan, and Lily fight. And let's see, what fight do we have up next? Right, Sting Operation versus Beira is next, with Sting Operation in the red corner and Beira in the blue corner. So, winner advances to the grand final, is guaranteed no worse than second place. The loser will drop to the elimination final and await their opponent there. And even if you lose the elimination file, you will still finish in third place. So, both of these bots have clinched the podium. So now, how is it going to go? We're going to have a Hammersaw Sting Operation versus a powerful Vert in Beira. Beira having an excellent competition so far. Sting Operation advanced very far in the last bracket, so, you know, no surprise to see Sting Operation this far, and good to see Beira advancing this far. Doors are closing. Beira keeping that Hammersaw configuration, that anti-Hammersaw configuration, big shoulders next to its weapon. Shoulder pads. And we are off and running, and right away, Sting Operation corralling Beira. Can they get that weapon going, Sting Operation? Is that arm working? Is the spinner working? Haven't seen the arm moving or the spinner for Sting Operation yet. Beira has to figure out a way to get around those forks. Those, that front part of Sting Operation, be it the plow against horizontals or the forks against verticals, in typical, you know, dustpan fashion, it is done very well. But now, question is, how is the health of Sting Operation's arm and weapon? Are they spinning? And will it matter for this fight? There goes the spin, and there's the hit. So good hit. That's to the base plate of Beira. And there's another pin. Here comes that spinner. And another big hit. Have they embedded themselves? Are they stuck? This would be the second Hammersaw stuck. Can they release? He's trying. All right, we're pausing. We're going to do a manual unstick because these bots are stuck. So second time these bots have been, not these bots, but a Hammersaw has gotten stuck inside another bot. Let's see how these bots survive. Very easy unstick this time. Now, the question is, after an unstick like this, how much functionality is in either bot? And that's a tap out. So Beira taps out. Sting Operation moves on. So this means Sting Operation has earned a place, has punched its ticket to the grand final. Sting Operation will finish in first or second place. Meanwhile, Beira is now going to be awaiting its opponent in the elimination finals. So they're going to face either Usagi, Breakneck, Yan Yan, or Lily. Any of those bots are going to be scary to fight. but we are now we're still at 5 bots in the Beatles, but a little more clarity now because now all the action in the beetleweight bracket shifts to the elimination side. So we're going to go to Ants. I believe, if I'm reading this correctly, that we have Bort versus Power Off next up. So Bort would be in the red corner, Power Off will be in the blue corner. So Mark is probably going to run back to his pit table, put down Sting Operation, grab Bort, and come right back. About 3 minutes? We're looking at about 3 minutes or so until the next fight. So next fight, Bort versus Power Off in the Antweights. We have 6 bots still alive in the Antweight division. We have Monster Zero versus Control Freak in the winner's side. Those bots have clinched 3rd place. Whoever wins that fight is going to make it to the grand finals and will clinch 2nd place. Then in the elimination side, we have Liliputian versus Ipsofacto and Bort versus Power Off. So we have Bort versus Power Off in a few minutes. And after that, we're going to have Liliputian versus Ipsofacto as we accelerate towards the end of the day. Only a few fights left. We have 5 fights remaining in Antweights. And we have 4 fights remaining in Beatles. So we have 9 fights remaining in the day, not including grudges and exhibitions. All right, we've got Bort versus Power Off, and we are ready to start. So Bort will be in the red corner, Power Off will be in the blue corner. All right, we're ready to go. Take it away, Refcast. Here we go. Good initial hit from Bort. There's a massive hit from Bort, sending Power Off into the air. And again, Power Off still looks okay. Still looks like it's working, but still upside down. And Bort showing some good control, able to handle those gyro forces, make some quick turns. That's a belt that just came off of Power Off. So the drive belt doesn't look like it's the weapon belt. So I think it's, yep, it's the left direct drive belt. So Power Off is effectively working off of 3 wheels now. And Bort continuing to press the attack. Power Off still upside down. Now that weapon is still going. And the thing about that upside down weapon, oh, there goes that wheel. So Power Off is now on 3 wheels. Yeah, that wheel was dead. You're right. And there's another good hit from Bort. And Power Off is now right side up. Let's see if they can take advantage of that, do a little bit of damage. There's a good hit from Power Off, winning that exchange. And again, Power Off getting to the bottom of Bort. Bort with a good push. Is that? No, that was the same old belt. So that's not a new belt that got knocked off, just the same belt. Oh, there's another wheel. So that's both of Power Off's right side drive wheels that have been removed. So Power Off is now down to 2 wheels, both on its left side. Flip back right side up. 1 minute left in this fight. Bort looking to take out maybe one more wheel, maybe both those last wheels. Bort turning itself around. Power Off, all they could do is sort of spin a little, not quite in place. They could describe a little bit of a circle on the floor of the cage. There's another nice hit from Bort. Getting a nice charge. No, he's still gone. He's still gone. Bort is one of those bots that, like, they can get a good running start, and if they can hit you at full speed. Oh, we got an unstick. So Power Off has requested an unstick. Adam's just going to push Power Off a little bit. There we go. Bort's driving style reminds me a lot of 12-pound bot Prom Heta, in that it likes to take those running starts and hit the opponent at full speed, and that just makes that weapon ever so more powerful, and that's how it's able to get some of those roof shots. And looks like Power Off is going to make it to the judges, down 2 wheels, but still with that weapon working, and that's the fight. We are going to the judges. So the judges are going to decide the result of this fight. The winner of this fight will move on to fight Liliputian and Ipsofacto and be guaranteed no worse than 4th place. The loser will be eliminated and have a share in 6th place. So still pretty deep in the bracket. Sorry, 5th place, not 6th place. But yeah, in a double elimination bracket, there will always be a tie for 5th place. All right. Your winner by unanimous judges' decision is Bort. So Bort has clinched 4th place in the competition. They will fight the winner of Liliputian and Ipsofacto. And what a coincidence, that is our next fight. Liliputian versus Ipsofacto. Liliputian in the red corner, Ipsofacto in the blue corner. Winner of this fight will take on Bort. Right, both bots are driving around. And we are fighting. Right away, Ipsofacto going into Liliputian's corner of the arena, but Liliputian able to get a couple of good hits. Ipsofacto trying to stay on its feet. Those gyro forces make that difficult. Now having to deal with Liliputian's tail. That tail can be a big, significant factor in a fight like this. Liliputian is stopped and its weapon spinning down. I was worried a little bit that maybe it seemed to have stopped. Can it get its weapon going again? What happened? Meantime, Ipsofacto, I'm not sure its left drive is working. So both of these bots seem to be a little compromised. His Liliputian's weapon is not working. Ipsofacto's left drive is not working. You see that weapon on Liliputian is spinning a little bit. Maybe a little more than just incidental motion, but that's certainly not fast enough to affect a match. 90 seconds left in this fight. Some interesting twists. Can Ipsofacto move? Is it stuck? Does it need an unstick? And yes, Ipsofacto has requested an unstick, so we're going to pause. Hands off controllers. Very interesting fight so far. Pretty damaging. Right, doors are closed. All right, here goes that slow weapon spin on Liliputian. Meanwhile, Ipsofacto trying to make a difference. Here's a good pop from Ipsofacto. And Liliputian leading with its tail. That's a good approach from Liliputian. And now Ipsofacto wearing Liliputian as a hat. Liliputian can't quite make it to the floor. And you hear the weapon of Ipsofacto spinning up just a little bit faster, trying to get the sting off him. Still spinning around. We might need a mutual unstick here. All right, we are pausing again. This is gonna be considered a disentanglement, because both these bots are mutually stuck together. Not quite the same thing as an unstick previously. All right. And ref Cass flipping Liliputian right side up. So Liliputian has gotten its unstick. There was a mutual disentanglement, so only Ipsofacto still has its unstick left. Oh, sorry. Oh, got it. Only Liliputian has its unstick left. That's right. Ipsofacto got its unstick. Yep. That's right. I'm on the ball. I'm all over it. Ipsofacto still with that left drive side down. Liliputian still trying to get some juice for its weapon. Leading with its tail again. That's what it wants to do. That's its most armored part of the bot. The part that's most resilient to hits. 10 seconds remaining. One of those fights that's been dictated by an early hit. And that is the fight. So now the judges have to untangle it. Meanwhile, we have Monster Zero versus Control Freak on deck. That is our winner's final. So a very big fight there, Monster Zero versus Control Freak. Judge Mark asking to visually inspect the bots. That was a damaging fight. That was a wild fight, Cass. It was wild. And now the judges making their decisions. All right, we have one vote in. Curious to see if the judges are going to distinguish damage between these two bots, because both bots suffered damage. That might be a difference in this fight. All right, the votes are in. We have a split decision for Ipsofacto. So Ipsofacto moves on. They will fight Bort. Liliputian, unfortunately, is eliminated. So that sets our top four. We have 4 bots remaining in antweights. And in no particular order, they are Monster Zero, Control Freak, Ipsofacto, and Bort. So Monster Zero and Control Freak are up next. The winner of this fight will clinch second place. The loser of this fight is guaranteed no worse than third. So whoever loses this fight will face the winner of Ipsofacto and Bort. So we have Monster Zero here. We just need Control Freak. But I think Control Freak, the crew was involved in the last fight, I believe. So they just have to run back to their pit table and get their bot. Always a challenge when you have the same team running multiple bots. So Monster Zero is here. Control Freak is very close. Winner of this fight moves to the grand finals. Loser of this fight is still alive, but will fight on in the elimination final. 2 fights from now, in the ends at least. We have a Control Freak. All right, we have Monster Zero in the red corner, Control Freak in the blue corner. Monster Zero. There are a lot of robots. We are fighting. Here's a little bit of a box rush from Control Freak, upending Monster Zero. Now, Control Freak still sticking with its fork configuration, despite going up against a horizontal. Let's see if Monster Zero is able to dislodge one of those forks. Those forks are designed to go up against verticals, but it's possible that a good shot from a horizontal might dislodge them. We have seen Control Freak lose one of its 3 forks before. Not entirely, but just get displaced just enough to not be a factor in the fight. But, oh, has Control Freak lost its left side drive? Nope, they're fine. I think they just got stuck on something. So Monster Zero, once again, Control Freak with a nice pin. And some more good hits against the forks. Monster Zero, normally hitting the forks is not a big deal, but I think that's going to be a good strategy for Monster Zero, because those forks might just get dislodged from a good, solid hit. That weapon is strong enough that it might be able to do it. But you see, one of those forks is actually stuck inside Monster Zero. Now they release. That's another danger of those forks, is they can stick themselves inside the bot, and who knows, maybe they can snag a belt or something. Monster Zero now spinning up its weapon extra fast, but Control Freak still able to get it into the corner. Monster Zero had a chance to get at the back of Control Freak. Not a lot of bots have been able to do that today. Some more big hits. Monster Zero showing good reliability. Some more glancing blows against those forks. But as long as it can only hit the top of those forks, Control Freak's just fine with that. I'm thinking, what happens if Monster Zero gets a good shot against the side of those forks? But so far, Control Freak able to get Monster Zero just do those glancing blows at the top of the fork. And another nice pin. They can hold that pin for 5 seconds. Since they don't have an active weapon, they can't hold it for any longer than 5 seconds. A pin with an active weapon you can hold for 10 seconds. 10 seconds remaining. Can Monster Zero do some form of damage? There's a big hit. Monster Zero flies across the cage, mostly flinging itself. And that is the fight. Well, that was an intriguing fight. So again, the winner moves on to the grand finals. The loser is going to go to the elimination final. So the winner is guaranteed no worse than second, and the loser guaranteed no worse than third. All right, one vote is in. Two votes are in. 3 votes are in. We have a unanimous decision for Control Freak. So Control Freak has clinched second place in Antweights. Monster Zero has clinched third place in Antweights. Monster Zero will face the winner Ipsofacto versus Bort. Whoever wins that fight will get one last shot against Control Freak for all the marbles. All right, are you ready? Hold on to your butts, because we've got Breakneck Yan Yan against Lily. Oh, thank you. Hold on to your bots. Breakneck is red, Lily is blue. Remember, in the last fight, Breakneck decided that our cage needed a little bit of ventilation. So she pushed a nice hole in the side of one of her interior panels. We've since patched that up. Lily has also been quite destructive. Both of these bots are going to put on what I think is going to be a big show. Prepare for some very big hits, if all goes well. Cass, you're going to make it. You will live. Bots are getting up to speed. We're going to get a pretty big hit for the first exchange. Oh, Lily tried to get behind Breakneck Yan Yan. Breakneck was able to spin around. Does Lily work? Did it survive that first hit? Okay, we're going to pause. We are pausing for an unstick. Gonna wait a little bit. Wait. Oh, don't open yet. Wait. Still spinning. All right, now you can open. All right, well, the good news is Lily works. Breakneck is spun up. Lily charges, trying to get... Oh, look at that wheel. Lily's right wheel is askance. And Lily now getting counted out because they have used their on-stick. Breakneck doing a break dance. And that is the fight. So Breakneck knocks out Lily. That's actually Breakneck's first non-forfeit win of the day. It is totally shocking, and it also sets up an all Sleepy Girl Anime Club fight with Usagi versus Breakneck in their next fight. So the winner of that fight, well, let me quickly reset. We have 4 bots. Oh, Breakneck is forfeiting. Okay. All right. So we have 3 bots left. We have Sting Operation in the grand finals. And in the elimination finals, we have Beira versus Usagi. So Beira and Usagi are going to fight. Whoever wins is going to face Sting Operation. Meanwhile, Breakneck Yan Yan finishes in a very respectable 4th place. So we have 3 beetles still alive. We have 4 ants still alive. 7 bots remaining. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fights remaining. Day is rapidly heading to a close. So Usagi versus Beira. Well, yeah, that is a rematch. Beira won the first fight. That was a round 2 fight. It was Beira's second fight of the day and Usagi's first. Beira won that by judge's decision. So Usagi is going to get a second crack at Beira. That was the fight where I said Usagi looked really, really good. And look at that. Usagi's lived all the way to the end. Up next is Ipsofacto and Bort. This is the elimination semifinal. The winner will face Monster Zero in the elimination final. The loser will finish in 4th place. So it's going to be Ipsofacto in the red corner and Bort in the blue corner. All right, both bots are here. We are loading in. Winner faces Monster Zero. Loser finishes 3rd. Sorry, 4th. Loser finishes 4th. Hearing the happy song of ESCs being turned on. Doors are closing. Bots can be driven. All right, so Ipsofacto in the red corner and Bort in the blue corner. So what's happening is Bort is requesting a push as their left drive side is not working properly. See if we can accommodate them or if we have to move on and run the fight with only one drive side working. It's a balance between putting on a good show and wanting to get out of here at a reasonable time. All right, so it turns out that Bort doesn't need a push. This fight has started 10 minutes early, so we're just going to move back to the regular scheduled fight time. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break until then.
ladies and gentlemen, Yan Yan is taking on some ant weights. So if you want to watch Breakneck breaking some necks, step on over.
All right, the doors are closing. We're going to get this party started. This is Ipsofacto versus Bort. Winner will face Monster Zero. The loser will finish fourth. And we're off. And right away, a big hit from Bort against Ipsofacto, flipping Ipsofacto upside down. Both bots in the corner now. And another nimble move by Bort, and that punts Ipsofacto to the side of the arena. So far, difference of this fight so far has been Bort's nimble mobility. But now Bort temporarily beaching himself on the side of the arena. Ipsofacto not able to take advantage of it. Both bots meeting again. Ipsofacto able to get behind Bort, but Bort able to turn around, deliver a nice pop. A good charge from Ipsofacto, but Bort repels it. Both bots dancing around. Ipsofacto trying to get to the side, that wheel guard, but not able to make good contact. Another good hit from Bort sends Ipsofacto flying. Both bots still working fine, full functionality. We love to see it, but Ipsofacto briefly turned upside down. Ipsofacto suffering another hit, also upside down. Now right side up. Bort's drive looking really, really good. It's been the difference in this fight so far. Can Ipsofacto turn around, send Bort flying? Good hit from Bort. See Bort's mobility. And a good hit from Bort on the wheel of Ipsofacto, but Ipsofacto with a good reversal. Bort's now the one stuck in the corner, is able to get away. Both bots reset. Bort pushes Ipsofacto into the corner. Ipsofacto turning around. Good punt by Bort, sending Ipsofacto to the side of the arena. Another good hit from Bort, and a big hit against the side, bouncing Ipsofacto against the side of the arena. Now Ipsofacto returns fire. Good hit against the backside of Bort. Both bots still seem to be, well, are they both functioning fully? Has Bort lost the drive side? There's a good hit from Ipsofacto. I think Bort has lost its left drive side. Yeah, Bort's left drive side has been locked up. That is going to make a difference in this fight. Weapon is still working great. You see it punch Ipsofacto across the arena, but now Ipsofacto with the mobility advantage, able to get underneath Bort. Turning around, trying to get another good hit, trying to accelerate for a hit, but Bort dodges. 10 seconds remaining in this fight. Ipsofacto doing a little bit of cleanup. Bort stuck in the corner. That weapon on Bort still very dangerous. And that is the fight. What a wild fight. Bort had the early advantage, but then lost the drive side. And how are the judges going to look at it? Are they going to favor Bort's early mobility dominance? Or are they going to favor the compromised functionality of Bort? All right. Up next is Beira and Usagi. Okay, hands off controllers. So we're doing the functionality test right now. Ipsofacto actually doesn't have a functioning weapon at this point. It's going to be interesting. So Bort has one side drive and weapon, just as we saw. Now we can unload, and the judges are going to make their decisions. That was a very close fight. The judges now deciding who's going to get to fight Monster Zero and who's going to finish fourth. So Monster Zero versus the winner of this fight. Whoever wins that fight will face Control Freak in the beetleweight grand final. Sorry, antweight grand final. All right, we have an Usagi loading in. Usagi's going to be in the blue corner. Bagheera's going to be in the red corner. we have a split judges decision. All scores 5-4. Your winner by split judges decision is Bort. So Bort advances by a narrow JD to face Monster Zero. Ipsofacto will finish 4th in Antweights. Now the judges split damage 2-2 all down the line. So it just came down to engagement. 2 judges scoring 3 points in engagement for Bort. 1 judge scoring 3 points in engagement for Ipsofacto. That is completely understandable considering how split that fight was. I could see either way, see reasonable people going either way. So judges have a hard job. They're doing it really well. All right, take it away, Cass. Oh, sorry. Okay, I'll keep babbling. All right, now you're ready. All right, here we go, and right away, Usagi gets Beira into the corner. Can they do a big hammer hit? No, they're going to separate. Remember, these bots already met Beira winning by a JD earlier, so Usagi wants to avenge that. Very tactical fight so far. That's Beira launching itself against Usagi into the corner. That weapon against a weapon of Beira, really, really powerful. Now does that arm, yep, there's that arm coming down, but I think it came down against those big shoulder pads of Beira, so that's not going to do much damage. And I wonder, oh, look at that weapon on Usagi. It is askance. It is not lined up properly. I don't know if that weapon's going to be a factor anymore in this fight. And there's a good hit from Beira against the corner of those forks, lifting Usagi upside down. Both bots face up. Usagi essentially a control bot now. I know Beira's weapon is most likely still working. It's probably off just for easier drive. The arm on Usagi still works. The spinning weapon, I believe, is done for. Another big swing by Usagi. Essentially a hammer bot now. Both bots circling around looking for an advantage. It's effectively a control bot fight now. Although Beira's weapon, I believe, is working, but just powered down for easier driving. But you see some aggressive tapping from Usagi, and Begira is now upside down. Now would be a good time to spin up that weapon. They might ask for an unstick here. Okay, Begira has requested an unstick. So, while we take a breath, remember, whoever wins this fight moves on to face Sting Operation. Whoever loses finishes in 3rd place. Begira has kept those shoulder pads for most of the day because Begira has pretty much fought, well, this is their 2nd straight hammer saw that they fought, but they fought 3 hammer saws today. Those shoulder pads have been seeing heavy use. All right, Cass. So 42 seconds remaining. And again, both these bots are pushing each other around. I'd be curious to see if Begira can get its weapon spun up again. They're locked together here, trying to push each other around. Begira with a pin now. Good pin against Usagi. Usagi with a hammer swing. Judges are going to have to really, really watch this fight closely because 10 seconds left. This has been a back and forth fight. Very, very close. And that's the fight. We're probably going to want a functionality test here. You may need to flip the gear up right side up. All right, hands off controllers briefly. Hands off controllers. We're not unloading quite yet. We want to do a functionality test, but we got to flip Beira right side up in order to do the functionality test. All right, closing the door. All righty. So Beira's full drive. Weapon on Beira. All right, judges have their functionality info. Judges are deliberating. They're going to decide which bot is going to advance the fight sting operation and which bot is going to finish third place. We already know fourth place in Beetles. That's Breakneck Neon. That bot has broken a lot in this competition, both other bots and our arena. Okay. So I don't think it's worth it just yet. All right, 2 votes are in. All right, 3 votes are in. We have a split decision. Your winner and advancing to the grand final is Usagi. Usagi winning the JD. They will advance to fight Sting Operation in a hammer saw on hammer saw battle. In the meantime, Beira finishes third place. Outstanding day for them. All right, we have about 10-15 minutes until our next fight. That is going to be the elimination final in Ants, Monster Zero versus Bort. So you have, Chris, you said 10 minutes, 15 minutes till the next fight? 15 minutes. So in 15 minutes, Monster Zero and Bort will be up. We'll take a break until then.
Ladies and gentlemen, the elimination finals. Monster Zero in the red square, Bort in the blue square. We are ready to begin. Well, I have competitors. I don't have a ref, and my judges are in slight disarray, but we're just about ready. This is the third to last fight today. Both these bots looking really good. Nasty little box rush from Bort. Ironically, Bort moves more like a bee than any of the other bots on Team B. Monster Zero's been throwing the best sparks all day. Those dangerous little exchanges where a robot goes over the vertical spinner. But now, Bort's upside down, and Monster Zero is limping. Monster Zero is a triangular robot named after a kaiju with 3 heads. Monster Zero's wheels taking the worst of these exchanges. Bort's still looking relatively like he came in. A belt has become visible, leaking out of Monster Zero. Looks like no weapon and 1-wheel drive. And yet it's still in there fighting. Monster Zero has looked great all day. Bort seeming to have lost its mind, driving into the wall for no reason, driving in big circles. Missed a nice little pin, but drove Monster Zero into the corner where it needs an unstick. It's a little different from a pin, Bort. A little different from a pin. A proper pin. There. That's what that looks like. Oh, briefly doing the thing, and now with... Is that part of its carbon fiber body sticking up? Unbelievably, it is going to the judges. And the judges have decided indeed for Bort. Bort goes on to fight Control Freak in the finals, which will happen 20 minutes from now. Hear that, ladies and gentlemen? 20 minutes from now. Or sooner if they're ready. The sun is setting. Our next fight is Sting Operation versus Usagi. And they actually could load in. Now, there's no reason not to. Other than Gil will be sad to miss this fight. Because, ladies and gentlemen, this is the grand finals of the Beatles. Ladies and gentlemen, does anybody not have electrical tape? All right. A couple of people who didn't bring robots don't have electrical tape. And I'm still kind of surprised. Yeah, it's not like you asked where my towel is, because, you know, that's right here. Wait, where are the robots that are supposed to be loading in? Don't make me come over there. Well, I mean, in reality, it's not like I can leave until 20 minutes from now when the other set of robots fight. So long as you guys are done before that, I guess I'm okay. Great question. Sting Operation is in the red square, and Usagi is in the blue. This is what happens when you build robots that are good. I've told you in the past to stop doing that if you want to stop winning. Yeah. Yes. Yes. Boom, boom. Oh my God, the B team has picked up a controller and is walking towards the red corner of the arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the beetleweight combat robotics mech mayhem at GSCRL winter 2025. The robots wiggle into their corners. I love the ka-chunk sound as Usagi maneuvers into its corner. Two, one, fight, robots, fight! Two hammer saws going do-si-do. That hammer saw on Usagi sounds heavier, looks wider. I think our old wooden floor would have been pierced several times. Ooh, a nice pin and a couple of really close misses from Usagi. Ooh. The hammer hitting a good spot on the bee, but not penetrating. The saw hasn't been active. They keep spinning. This is uncharacteristic motion for a hammerbot. Usagi keeps pounding on our floor. Oh, almost too late for that hit. And hitting the arena instead. What is that unnatural hum? There's some smoke. Usagi is smoking. Everyone has appropriately panicked and is calming back down. We appear to be diagnosing that this is a little bit of motor smoke. Yeah, there's no more smoke. Exactly. No smoke. No smoke, no problem. It's a tap out. Who tapped out? Our last fight is Control Freak versus Bort. Control Freak versus Bort has 8 minutes. That means there is time for other robots to throw their bodies into the box to have a more dramatic death than the one they have already suffered.
We have competitors for our final fight of the day. Now, I had to run out for a little bit. I missed the last two fights. I heard they were eventful. So I'm hoping for something similar here. We have Control Freak in the blue corner and Bort in the red corner. It's for all the marbles. We've already established that Monster Zero is our third place finisher. So who's going to finish first and who's going to finish second? All right, doors are closed. One last time. And it's championship time. Bort now trying to figure out the riddle that nobody else has figured out yet, how to defeat Control Freak. You see Control Freak with that typical suffocating pin. They are upside down right now, but they're still able to get underneath Bort. That's not a great sign for Bort. They want to figure out a way to get around or at least displace some of those forks. So Bort able to turn around. Oh, but they lost the pin. Now they have it again. It's just going round and round. Pins can be very ephemeral, but this is definitely a good pin for Bort. And they're using their active weapon, so they're able to hold it for 10 seconds, but they might be entangled here. All right, we're pausing. All right, we have separated bots. All right, and Control Freak immediately getting underneath Bort again. Bort able to push Control Freak into the corner. Bort's weapon has not yet been a factor in this fight. It's tough to hit a bot like Control Freak with a weapon. It's just so low. But now that weapon grinding away against the leftmost fork of Control Freak. Now that weapon is strong enough to be able to withstand some blows. So Bort's best hope is to get it knocked out of position so that that particular fork doesn't have quite such ride on the floor. But you can see that Bort just had a really good hit on Control Freak, able to answer with a pin. So some more back and forth here. Both bots full functionality. That's a nice move by Bort to get behind Control Freak. But Control Freak able to escape. Turning around, you see how Bort does some serpentine moves sometimes to try to get around Control Freak. Control Freak realizing that, trying to fake out Bort so that when they try to go around, they just get a face full of fork, just as you see. All right, can they untangle? Yes, they can. But immediately re-engaging is Control Freak. They got a release. Now they're released. And I can see Bort having a little bit of trouble on the floor seam, that middle floor seam. Seems to be getting stuck on it, and that gives an opportunity for Control Freak to get right back under them. 7 seconds left. Can Bort do anything to change to make an impression on the judges? They're ending with a nice pin. Will that be enough? So the judges will deliberate. So Bort has lost its weapon. Judges are going to take that into account. All right, we have a judge's decision. Your winner by unanimous decision is Control Freak. Control Freak goes undefeated through the whole day. And they have won. Control Freak went 1, 2, 3, 4-0 today. 4 wins, no losses. Congrats to them. All right, shall we hand out some hardware? See if my cable can reach. Yeah, if you can move that closer, that'd be great. Let me just get my computer.